Well, hello and welcome to my stream this evening. I'm your host, Chief Multi-Hat. Glad to have you with us. Or not, well, not really us, just me. That's okay. Still doing the old scuff. Still new to streaming. Basically, just want to kind of live share my work as I develop the game. Not really structured, just kind of hopefully hang out, see if we can do some coding. I can talk about what I'm doing, do some testing, gameplay testing, try to answer any questions if you have some. Basically, just hope you enjoy a good dev stream. Clear my throat a little bit. Starting a little more early this evening. Some of my voice is more my daytime voice. I do a late night stream. Usually my voice is petering out, and it's probably doing that now as I speak more and more. So I do apologize for the voice quality. Hopefully I have the mic issue set up. I did notice that it did a lot of cutting out and wasn't very helpful. So hopefully background noises are still gone, but full voice will come through instead of and you know, I don't want any of that. Alrighty, so what are we doing today? Well, today I've done some work on the front end Razor pages for admin screens, and I kind of got to that point where I kind of want to step away from that a little bit and added a new mob or mobile unit, which is your monsters in the game. And with that, I really need to add some abilities. I need to get more robust capabilities of the monsters. And so I thought I should start working on that. So that's what I'm doing today. I'm going to be kind of going through and tweaking out a few settings, going back and forth on a few design pattern of my own. I got two different things going on right now. I've been in the process of tinkering with putting a behavior back into a class, which basically means I have so I'll work on that. Nice, that's huge. Gotta slide it over a little bit. Yeah, these are classes. Anyway, guess I'll get started. Kind of going through promotional things here. Make sure I can kind of alert a few more communities I'm doing something. Okay, so also doing some artwork over the weekend. I'll kind of do some syncing up. Let's see here. A little off-screen file manipulation. Pardon me. trusty beverage. Just a few moments here, copying some files. Trying to copy the files in the wrong locations. Already shooting myself in the foot. Not a problem. I knew about heal, man. Let's stream. Okay, let's shut down the voice. Yeah, let's pour in the phlegm. Let's destroy the voice. Yes. Body works against me all the time. Good to understand sometimes. What's this button do? Always a gamble with this button do. Alright. I have to mute myself a second. I should get some hot coffee. Anyways, what are we looking at in the screen? Well, this is the code. I'm in the scenario mobile file. Basically, some helper functionality. Got scenario, mobiles, and the different configuration capability. Helpers and whatnot. So, yeah, I'm working on a couple ideas I have. Essentially, you could define a weapon, add attributes to it, and the game engine then makes use of that. So essentially, the rule system, the rules game has an understanding of what a weapon is and what an armor is, and aspects within those two systems. For weapon, it's how many hits, what's the damage per hit, what kind of weapon is it. Then I have different types of character classes that can only use certain kind of weapons. I need to continually add code in the game so that it will respond differently depending on what kind of weapon is equipped by the character, and the fact that the character could actually use the weapon. I do kind of want to make sure I have a system where if you want to have your player character equip a weapon that it just has no idea how to use, go ahead. I mean, you could do it, but it would then end up having a situation where it's just not going to perform well or perform adversely. Just because. Might be in a pinch. Might need to use a weapon. With these qualities, it's a system of rules that build off of each other, so I can set the attributes and the rest of the game plays it out. So that I don't have a system where necessarily have to create code for every possible use case. What happens if you use it in this fashion, in this location, against this monster? Instead, it sends effects to the engine, and the engine, it basically is an effect manager. So those are the small building blocks of the game. So essentially with a weapon, you have physical damage. You could then attach basically magical damage or other attribute damage to it to give it a different flavor. So if you say it's a fire weapon, then if somebody has fire protection, the system already knows how to automatically, okay, you have fire protection, you're talking to the fire weapon, reduced hit. If you have things like that. Also, weapons have the ability to have an effect attached to them, kind of like a spell. So, depending on how you set that up, either it needs to successfully hit, or just simply attacking with it will cause it to trigger a successful hit, maybe a successful or a miss. So you could set those parameters up, and then you set up the effect, which is what all spells use, or effects. And then you have the lingering effects called conditions, which these are the condition statuses that would be applied to a character. Things like poison, paralysis, petrification, are you sleeping, asphyxiation, things like that. And that have life cycle. And some of these conditions behave basically just as a flag. The condition system itself has a unique name condition with level of intensity. There's like a level to it, 1 through however many, usually 7. And so if I were to say apply burning to a character, level 1, and then something else happened and applies a level 3, then the level 3 will overwrite level 1, is how that would work. If it's the same, then the duration of the original is reset, started over type of thing. And just that's the basic how it works, and so by default that's the default behavior. If you wanted to make some special capabilities, then I'd have to have a system where, okay, upon executing this condition, go run this custom code. And I am thinking about going into the system here and thinking of a way to allow custom code, because a lot of this is data driven. One of the philosophy behind the game engine system is to have a lot of it data driven. So if I were to go into the data files, which are right now, I'm experimenting with YAML, but JSON is the actual format. If you go in there and know what you're doing, you can make add, remove, or edit those data files. Then the game is going to take those and use it appropriately. You don't have to get a piece of source code, decompile it, and build something into the game, put it back in. Although I have kind of toyed with the idea, if I release here's the Dungeons of Treptera base libraries, you can compile as long as you can create your own assembly, and with that set it up so that you compile it in there, you could extend it. At some point later in the development, I would like to get Lua. I think there's a Lua.net project out there. Basically, get Lua running into the system, put some first-class objects from the game into that Lua engine, so you could then reference them in your Lua script. And it's going to be framed around the user playing, so that in the game at times I could check to see if there are Lua scripts. And if they are, you could extend the capability of what the game does to those Lua scripts. And it gives me a chance to kind of really start messing around with Lua. Alright. Some of the things that we have in the system, you notice that I will have some attribution, which is what you see, this bracket like weapon, and then bracket item, bracket armor. Basically how this works is, upon load, I do a reflection, which is a .NET thing. I could go in and say, okay, give me all the public static static methods that have a weapon attribute attached to them. And then what I do is call this function, and that function then returns a weapon type. Well, if I were to gather up all the weapons, execute each one of these dynamically, and then take the results and put it into a dictionary object, I now have a master list of all the weapons. And then later on in the code, I use the ID names of the weapon to pull out the original. This kind of is a cross between hard coding and a little bit of a dynamic load. I did that with weapons and armor. I did have that process put together in the monster generation, but after using the system, ended up being pretty tedious. I went ahead and took that out, and I have a build functionality here that basically will go through programmatically construct all of the data points needed to start building or spawning monsters. And basically, I have three breakdowns. You have the scenario level, the top level of the scenario, and then from the scenario you have the encounter level, and then the encounter level you have the spawn. Which is the mobile party spawn. So this sets up the data. Now, this does create a data file, and if you were to reconstruct that data file or add to the data file the same structure, you could actually add more monsters without having to have the code. So you can extend it. This will be the base code. With that. What I find interesting is there we go. I use OBS to stream, and I have ambient background music. After it's done playing its way through, it likes to just drop out of the monitor. I don't know why it does that. So I've been trying to get back into more of a regular streaming schedule. I've been kind of busy. So immediately after starting up my streaming, I kind of rolled off of it a little bit. Certainly appreciate the follows I have so far. You just need a few more follows, and then I got to get out there enough. Hopefully people have enough interest in watching what I'm doing. I need to get enough constant viewership. Right now, I'm primarily working on this just to share what I'm doing. Not really looking to develop content as it were. So I can understand it might take quite a while before that is built up. But it is a goal of mine to get affiliate at some point. At least have a good base to start from. Then I can see if it's going to be serious or not. So these are the weapon only. Mob only weapons. Essentially weapons that only I'm going to be are set up so that I don't want the player using them. I mean, we don't want the player attacking with slimy tendrils. But So some developers may recognize a few things here. What we end up having is this dot notation, as you can see. You have an object and then this dot notation. This is a fluent pattern. Essentially, it is a function that says, okay, take this function, add some more data to it, and then return that object back so you can chain. Makes it for easier readability, and and things like that. So I had to create several utility functions that implement the fluid pattern, which is good old fun. Then okay, just trying to get my bearing as to what I'm doing. Clicky clicky. Just going through some code here. So what's on my mind? I did create go to definition. Alright, so we have this celestial orb. It's kind of a higher powered monster. Oh, look, it's a decapitation fighter. And no, I'm not ready for that yet. Not ready for that setting up that lore quite yet. The weapons available to this particular monster group is a light hammer, modified to have more damage than a normal light hammer. And then over in game, character mobile. looking at a previous pattern, I kind of forgot how to set this up. So by sending in a generic type, I am setting up my mobcaster and koboldcaster brain. These are class definitions into the create function. And what the create function does is it takes those names, type names, it converts them into strings and applies them to the string data portion of the mobile definition, which later then gets reconstituted when you spawn these things. It's going to create, when it goes to create the brains, it's going to instantiate not instantiate, but it's going to have the instruction set so that when you go to perform actions for that mob, it will know to go and load the kobold caster brain out of the brain pool and then call upon the functions within that system, which are then governed by some abstract classes and interfaces. So that I have one side of the code that knows nothing about what makes a brain, but it does know, hey, I'm going to call this function to perform an operation. It knows how to do that, and that's what it will do. So that's the add mobile. So now I need to go down to, so by extracting out the behavior into these brains, as it were, I have more than one way to perform an operation. Right now, I have what's called like mob casters, mob fighters. These are derived classes of the mobile class, which basically this is the enemy version of your character. And each of these steps, each of these derived classes, adds more and more functionality from the base, and differentiates from your generic to more specific. And some of the abilities then are put into here. Well, I weigh the option of either creating a whole subclass, like mob celestial, or mob something or other, and then that flavor is going to end up being used maybe for one mobile, one set of monsters. If that's the case, maybe I could use a caster brain, which is more of a focused functional section of actions versus a whole wider base, like let's say a mob caster would be, or a mob fighter would be. I could also roll up the idea of the brains into the base class as well, but this is fluid. Part of the coding here is not necessarily to adhere to all standard development patterns and such. I kind of flew it around a little bit. Wanted to kind of explore some thought experiments, see how it goes, and to learn. So I got basically two test experiments in my game and see how it work out. So let's see, how do I hook this up? So kobold casters are an example where they cast spells, and that's a mental thing, quote mental thing. That's why the brain handles those things. That's where the code is, and consequently, that's where I would probably hook up the Lua. And then you have this loose coupling. Okay, so let's take a look at what we got. Let's go find the Celestials. Right now, Orb of Judgment. So Celestials are kind of a higher level class of characters. They're kind of the good guys, but yet, they're from the celestial plane. They are their own thing, so they may be considering the characters as just, puny, insignificant life forms that need to be corrected. Anyway, I set one up to fight. Perfect. That's where I want to do it. So I'll put there to cause the error. Go over to the brains. Caster brain. Let's take this. What do I say? Called the Celestial Judge Brain. Go back to character mobile. Nope, too far. There we go. Put that right there. And now we've hooked up a Celestial Judge Brain to this mob. Ooh, fun. There's where we're going to get some damage. How does this work, you say? Well, it will create the contract of the interface iGame Brain Executor. So let's go to that definition. In the iGame Brain Executor, I have a function called set target and command. So when the game is ready for this mob to do something, it's going to pass in the character object that represents the mob that's going to do something itself. Character is the base class. Everything is a character in the game. From character, you derive player character and mobile character, and you do a branch. And I actually have I did have a fancy thing here. I should make a fancy thing. Do I have a fancy thing? Let's see how fancy we got. Who could not be found one of the shapes? Oh no. Done some rearranging, so this may be all broken mess. Oh yay. So this goes. Ooh. Oopsie. Can I not grab and scroll? Come on. So what are we looking at? Well, here's your abstract class character. A lot of your base definitions, classes, and things like that are on the character class. And then that breaks down to player and mobile, which then adds uniqueness to the character. That what makes it mobile, what makes it player, and there's probably a few other functionalities that only exist on the mobile. Mobile then is broken down into like a caster domain, a mob melee domain, and a mob skill domain. Melee domains like your physical fighters, skill domains like your skilled attribute, skilled like your thief, your ninja, your skilled class. I mean, it's a subset of kind of a melee fighter. And then you got the casting domain, which is everything, it's magic. And then you have the mob fighter, mob caster, and so forth. And as I need more, I'll add more. Overall, I could assign a characteristic to a mob. It's immortal, representing something, it's immortal. If you're undead, if you're specifically an undead skeleton, zombie, ghoul, ghost, phantasm, you could be supernatural, which is celestial, abyssal, void, evil. Quintessence, which is basically a spirit, an elemental, a fire, well, spirit or an elemental. You could be a quintessence of the elemental. You could be a fire, water, air, earth, light, shadow. And then it could be of a legendary aspect, vampire, dragon, and then the unknown, which I forgot to assign it something. So it'll default to unknown. Now the idea of the general aspect is that it's going to break down the mobile aspects into these categories. Now, I may not be using this. So essentially, you'll see mortal and then undead and such, right? So undead exists here. So anything that's between, I could by default to say that this is just undead. But if I want something specific, that's because I may have specific actions against skeletons, zombies, ghouls, ghosts, things like that. That, give them some special capability. For an undead, skeleton. So all these things get wrapped up into undead, supernatural, or things that exist outside of nature. And that could be this is your planes of existence kind of a thing. It's in the game. You have 3 primary planes. Celestial, abyssal, and void. Overall, the idea of evil, it's just a different plane. And then quintessence. I was looking for something that would kind of represent, these components of, elementals and things like that, and it's quintessence. Legendary, self-explanatory, just something that's very, very unique, very powerful into its own class, vampires, dragons, and as I add a few more, I'll do that. Kind of diverted off here. So yeah, I was just kind of showing the relationship a little bit about, for players, are you a caster, melee, skilled melee? I'm sorry, caster and melee. So the mobs, a little more simplistic groupings. I don't want to get too detailed, but with the players, I may have a lot of distinctions. So we have caster, we have melee. Under those two, we have a celestial caster, a wizard caster, a magic caster. They do different magic aspects, different abilities. Under melee, you can have a physical melee, like your frontline fighters, your paladins, things like that. Actually, not your paladins, but your frontline fighters and such. And a skilled melee, you're going to have like your thief, bards, ninjas. Then further on down, we break down the celestial casters to clerics and paladins. Wizards or sages, currently. A magic caster is a mage. Physical melee is a wilder and a fighter, kind of like a barbarian ranger mix. And then your skilled melee would be your thief, your minstrel, and your ninja. So here's the main player characters you could choose from: cleric, paladin, sage, mage, wilder, fighter, thief, minstrel, and ninja. What's available in the game right now is cleric, fighter, mage, and thief. And then these are the specialized classes. Okay. Why did it build this? Oh, because the way class views, it requires reflection, and it had to build the code. Alrighty then, there's no damage errors in compilation. Not sure what it was thinking. Alrighty then. What was I doing? Scenario. Alrighty then. So as I go and create these brains, it's basically I'm creating a script that defines a behavior. In this particular one, it goes and tries to determine, right, how, it has like a random way of determining its type of a target. It sets the target and then depends on, is it doing a fight command or a spell? If it does a spell, it's going to select a spell. That sort of thing. And I've been toying with the idea of monster spells are using the same spell tome system as the rest of the player character side. Yet I'm instantiating the object, or at least copying the object and putting it into the selected spell over here on the attacker. And once I do that, when it comes time to running the command, going through a round of combat, am I just using that and looking something up and getting something from a catalog of spells? Because I'm trying to reduce, I don't want multiple objects of the same thing being created and filling up memory. If I can get away with having a dictionary of, create once and used many times type of objects, then why not do that? But it might be inconsequential. In my mind, what I'm trying to think of is, do I go and look up a pre-made thing, or I could actually define and create the spell definition right here and now and assign that object to the selected spell. So I'm uniquely creating the spell every time it is, told to execute. Nice thing about that is the location of behavior. Hey, this is about ready to do an action. Here's the spells and here's the definitions right here. Versus a global system where I have to go to the spell system, go find the monster spells, go define a unique or generic, go define a master definition of this to be used in just one monster. Like this spark spell. I mean, that can be used on multiple monsters. But this one might be more specific to that mob. So, that's what I've been toying around with. Let's go ahead and create a mob spell. Alright, so I just created a lightning dance spell. Right now I'm setting it to spell level 1 because it doesn't really matter. I'll take a look at that a little bit later. I don't have like a level system to determine how difficult it is to resist it. Lightning. Let's make that. Yeah, let's do that. Lightning dance. Nice. Alright, let's go back over to the brains. Okay. Orb of Judgment. This guy's a higher level character, so. So what does this do? Well, first of all, it checks to see what's going on here? Dispatch a fight. Okay, it's the wrong place. Alright, so these are the various commands that are available to those engaging in battle. And in this particular case, if there's fighting and they're... Okay, yeah. During the course of... They had a target, but that target is dead at the time it's ready to do something, and so this gives it the... It's gonna call this functionality again. To set another target. And off screen, setting the target in command usually happens at the beginning of the round, but if I'm not in the beginning of the round, I believe I am fixed in the command, like you previously were told to fight. So if I go to ask you to find another target and you choose to select a different type of action at this particular time, I don't believe I'm going to honor that. It's going to be still forced to be an attack. Okay. I have some logic quirkiness. I mean, I could what it means is that when the monster has made a decision as to who it's going to attack, what type of attack it's going to be, the game logic is set up so that it's expecting once it's allocated an action to the monster, the monster makes the decision, then the game will execute that. But from the monster standpoint, allocating a target and such is autonomic. It's a self-contained system where it doesn't take in consideration when it was asked to do this. It just said, "Oh, you want me to do this now? Okay, well, right now, I'll make a decision as to who I'm going to attack and whatnot." And instead of asking the mobile or the monster, all right, make a choice as to who your target is, and then make a choice as to what your action's going to be. So if I could re-ask, "Oh, your target's dead, I need you to pick another target." Instead, I'm saying, "Oh yeah, I want you to set a target and command to pick another target, but there is going to be a mutation or a side effect of it may actually also choose a different command, of which the process is going to ignore it." So, is that okay or not, is the question. So I'll need to put that in the back of my head. Yeah. All right, now I'm looking at, okay, passing the source. So now, what is an attacker? An attacker is a character class. Character. Well, what is a character? Well, let's go look at the character. This is a character. Here. Abstract class character. And with that, you have all the base information. All right. Let's look at target. Okay. So for monsters, at the beginning of a battle, the target party ID represents the group that they are going to attack. Now, technically, monsters could attack other groups of monsters by setting the target party ID equal to a monster group, and in some cases, let's say the mage casts, the sage casts confusion, that causes the monster to target other monster groups instead of your party. And by simply changing the party ID, the whole system is going to act upon the monsters, and it'll automatically attack them. I don't have to have extra code that says, oh, you're a monster, go do this. It's just that in general. So that's the functionality of that. Now I noticed in the brains, I'm coming in here and said, okay, I'm expecting the target ID to be set. And if it's not set, set it to 0. Then the defending party, I need to get the actual party object that represents that. So I go to the game session and go retrieve an encounter party with the target ID. So for whatever reason, target party ID is null or gibberish, it'll set it to, well, if it's gibberish, then it's not going to find it. It's going to default to the player party. Player party gets to be the target of everything. So as long as I remember, hey, when things go sour, it's going to be taken out on the player party. so that widespread death spell, if it screws up, guess what happens? Your player party gets wiped out by default. But essentially, there will be no party IDs of 0. That's basically the definition of not selected. Null meaning, and then null is an error state. It shouldn't ever be null. If it is null, then we're going to set it to 0. Either way, we get either set as the player party as the party. Now, the question is, how is the target party set at the beginning of the battle? And I've done some reformulation. You know, I did rework of the system. There's a special word, I can't think of it. Anyway, doesn't matter. And because of that, I think I lost setting the default here. So, thinking about this a little bit. I believe I'm overthinking this, so therefore I'm going to leave it alone. The default, it defaulting to player party is something I'd want to do anyway. So if I don't set it, it's going to get set to that. Perfect. Now, there we go. So the defending party is a party is a collection of characters. Let's only grab viable characters. Their current HP has to be greater than 0 to be a valuable target. All right, so that's what happens. Now we have a viable target. We have a collection of potentials. Now let's figure out let's pick. So essentially, we're going to randomly determine, all right, what are we looking at? I'm going to roll 1d10 and 1 through 2. So 1 and 2, I'm looking for spellcasters. 3, 4, 5, and 6, I'm looking for fighters. 7 and 8, I'm looking for those who are parrying. And the rest, 9 and 10, I'm looking for people who actually are trying to run away. Now, I could do some interesting things here. I could say, check to see if anyone's running away. If anyone's running away, it's going to target them, for example. You know, to be nasty like that. All right, so I'm looking at this distribution and thinking, okay, is this good? So with this particular brains, this is where right now this is just a first pass implementation of the capability. With something like this, you can make this quite complex. If I were to save information about the battle in each character, the brain could take that resource, look at it, depending on what it sees and sees what has happened in the past. It can make different types of decisions. This is where you can kind of get the quote AI of the monster into the system. Which then so then from that standpoint, if I wanted that sophistication, I need to have the ability to, let's say, store information in one of two things. Either I need to have the system collect data and then put that data into the combatants to be used during battle, or the brains need some sort of capability of having memory. So what does that mean? Well, I have a generic bag, property bag, or a generic data store on the character that the brain could set data and make use of it every time it executes. So that's what we do, is something like that. Alrighty. Alright, so this is for the judge. Celestial orb. Oh. For now, let's make it indiscriminate. Excuse me. So it goes through, and right now I'm just basically saying I'm going to randomly pick a party member. Actually, no, what? I don't do that. Well, let's see here. If it is less than 4. No. If it's less than most of the time, it's going to be looking for people who are fighting, physical fighting. Otherwise, it's going to go out for spellcasters. You can do your odds. Alright, so then it goes through and filters down the list. It rolls either looking at fighters or spellcasters, gets a list of those, and then it's going to randomly pick one of those lists. If no one is in that list, it just does a random pick of everyone who exists. So go from like that. So for example, I could have a brain that represents guarding, and it's specializing in ability. Anytime somebody's using an ability, because abilities in the game are those extra actions that are not direct physical combat or spells. Abilities are primarily used by skilled warriors and such. These are those are trying to do sneak attacks, flanking, special sneaky attacks. Repeat myself. Guards generally will target those type of characters first, essentially. To apply a counter of sorts. Alright, so we set the target party, which should be the defending party, which should always be either the player party or whatever's been set coming into the game. The attacker's target then is going to basically become the target for its pick. Then the intent, what's going to happen here? Down below is like, okay, what are we going to do? Gotcha. Okay. So, all right. Then we have, I discovered something, a little bit of. So, I got one of these really cheap, stupid carpet office floor, pad or whatever you put down to get more of a solid surface on carpet for your chair that has rollers on it. Yeah. First of all, it's garbage. Second of all, I noticed that I have these earphone monitors, and they're really good. Actually, really good bass. I mean, they have a good range, audio range. Very nice. They're plugged into my audio setup. But I did notice that there seems to be a lack of grounding because I move my feet on the pad, building up static charge, and I electrocute my ears. Yep. And you might hear a tick, tick sound. I'm not sure if it's coming across. I'll have to go back and look at the VODs and see how well that's coming across. But yeah, it's electrocuting. It's zapping my ears. Now, if I were to grab onto the mic stand, the boom, and rub my feet back and forth, I'm grounding myself. Ooh, I just shocked myself. I'm putting the shock through the metal stand and not through my electronics, which is a key thing there. Not through the electronics. I have noticed that sometimes the shock goes through and my monitor turns off because it uses a USB monitor to extend more monitors. If it's doing that, what else is it doing? That's kind of scary. What's interesting with like laptops and things like that, a lot of times you have a 3-prong plug going into your power pack, and with that converts into a DC signal, of course, signal DC. Well, that's only 2. There's an isolation between ground and that. So now you don't actually have a grounding. I believe you don't actually have a grounding on your power supply to your laptop. So it's a free float ground. It's kind of susceptible. Now, thinking back a little bit of my electronics foray in my past, can you make a switching power supply, or do you have a DC AC to DC converter? Would you share a ground with, like, say, the negative of the DC side with over on the same earth ground that it's coming from the AC? You would kind of lose your isolation there, but yet you'd be grounded. Yet, because technically your ground should be an earth ground. So I got to thinking about that, and I think a majority of laptops are ungrounded. Huh. Little side thought there. Maybe I need to get like a little pad, electrostatic pad to put the laptop on, and then that's grounded. That would, that might be extending things. I need to go. Now I'm not going to look it up. Squirrel. Now I could look that up. Let's see here. We got Are laptops grounded? Yes, that's what I thought. That is what I hate about today's current environment. I'm not a big proponent of AI. I mean, I like the idea, the technology, the concept of AI, but it's not AI. I remember following AI back when it's open site, and where you had ontological type AI processing, which ends up being very, very difficult. LLMs to me seems to be more of the flip side of that, brute force, raw, statistical grouping of words that, if you do it right, should be grouped. Words that have this proper meaning with each other should be grouped together, so you start getting this, AI out of it. The smarter that becomes. Now, I think you take an LLM, that's kind of the other side of the coin, as what ontological systems used to be, which is like a full understanding of knowledge. Then if you start bridging the two, I think then you'll start having the dawning of a computer program being able to understand the meaning behind the word, not just this is statistically, pattern matched. Some level of, now, I mean, human defined, but still, ultimately, it can make a decision point. So what I'm getting with all this, well, all the searches have, here's an AI overview of your search. Problem is with AI is that it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, it can be very wrong. Now, I mean, is your encyclopedia set wrong? It can be. It's human edited. Can Wikipedia be wrong? Well, of course, all the time. It's supposed to be self-edited. It's supposed to be, made more true because of the fact that you're constantly having, faithful actors, guarding the truth. But that's proven to be very biased. So you can have the same level of issue. It's just that a lot of times you can clearly trace errors back to the human, whereas AI, you just can't trace where the error is coming from, other than the very ambiguous and very generic, the training model. Garbage in is garbage out. And right now a lot of it's garbage in because, I'm not going to pay for that. And so the free is free for a reason. So, and also as the intelligent human beings start realizing that and start poisoning the training models, AI quickly becomes stupid. I mean, really, really bad. So anyway, I look at the AI overview, always pops up, and look, it agreed with me. Then I realize, did it really? Is it really correct? So now you're just going through the rest of your search, and what you have clearly defined by a particular product, search engine. Well, here's your AI overview, but then here's your other search results. Well, it doesn't say the other search results are also AI generated. At some point in time, they'll stop telling you that it's an AI overview, I think. And it'll be your ability to determine, was this by AI or just some really ill-informed people or people group? Isn't that scary? It's not like we're rocket science. You discover the science to fire rockets into space. That's not done by just, fuzzy logic. That's done by actual tried and true experimentation. Change a variable, experiment, hypothesize, rinse and repeat until you get the proper, observed science into observed laws process. AI is, it's not the same. It doesn't, it's not the same rigor. So anyway, so now you got to read through this, and because it is able to, but it does make sense. Laptops are not directly grounded. quite honestly, I kind of wished laptops and their power cords would have a 3-prong power, and they may actually, but I don't know. But essentially, supply an earth ground to your laptop, and then supply your plus minus DC voltage coming in. That way, you can ground your things. All right, well, off that tangent. Bottom line is, I'm getting electrocuted in my face. Good old. And I'm going to apply that electrocution in my face to my character generation here. I'm going to have it electrocute you in the face. Oh my goodness. Okay. I love this. 30% of fighting, otherwise cast spell. Roll a D100, and if it's less than 20, sir, this isn't 30%. Technically, that is. Huzzahs. Oh, my ears. Now, I do like these in-ear monitors, but man, my ears never have liked anything stuck in them. Ooh. So yeah, I appreciate if anyone is watching these VODs. You know, maybe just enjoying the ambient music in the background. I do need to get more ambient music in the lineup. But appreciate you being in here for about at least an hour in. Watching me ramble, not really make any kind of progress at this time. But yeah, hopefully catch you on live sometime. I do enjoy chatting with or working with people, sharing what's going on. I do need to get out there and be a little more proactive in promoting the channel, even though I'm not really looking at myself from a standpoint of a content creator. Of course, if you're not a content creator, why are you even trying to do something that broadcasts content? Well, I'm not trying to do it just for content. I'm trying to do it because, hey, I'm making a game. I like to share what I'm doing to like-minded individuals, and if it's fun for you to watch and see, then great. That's what that is. I guess I am kind of trying to produce content in that aspect, but right now it's not a content oriented for the content only. I'm not even for my business, for business per se. But I mean, that could change. Saying all that basically means talking to the void right now. Talking to the future. I'm a distant voice in the past talking to the future, but I can't see anybody in the present. Yeah. Yeah, I need to sit up. There we go. Do a little bit of adjustment on the mic here. Into my face. Alrighty then. So let's get back to set target and command for the Celestial Judge Brain. Alright. Okay. So I need something called brain memory. Alright, so I need to go to the character, and it's on the abstract definition. I generally, at first, start adding new things kind of toward the top. Remember that word I wanted to talk about last time, refactor, and then I'll later on refactor and maybe move it into a different position. But think about this. There we go. Good old dictionary object. Key value pair. You know, I could probably do something like this. Let's see how bad this will work. Key value pair. String. Oh, I don't like that. That's its own. Oh, why would I want that? Immutable. No, I don't need immutability. Let's just go with, let's just do it dictionary string. There we go. Now, do I need to worry about... Oh, it could be even more simple. Okay, fine. There we go. C# 12. Whatever it might be. Good times. Alright, brain memory. Let's go back to the brain. To the brain. What are we doing in the brain? What are we doing in the brain? We are trying to figure out things. Let's pull stuff in the brain. Source. There. Source dot brain memory. Silence equals silence. In a comma. Yeah. Sound of silence. All right, did we cast silence? Yes. And lightning storm. They go to swords. Rain. Dragon. Lightning. Out. Bar. Lightning. And. Tripars. Lightning. Out. Bar. Out. There we go. Look at that shenanigans. Look at that syntactic chicanery. Perfect. What does this do? Well, fancy. Lots of inlining. Apparently, try to get a value from the dictionary for lightning. If it's valid, it'll pop out lightning. It's, and then that returns true because I'm able to get the value. That is true. We logically end that with, let's do a triparse, an integer. And since inline means that this is now scoped within this, in this condition, we're now going to take the output because it is true. And because that's true, it's now going to attempt a integer parsing and output that data as an integer count. And with that, if that is true, then it goes through the shorthand for if-then, your special name of the function. Now immediately escapes me because I want to say it. Anyway, it does detect if that's true, then return the count or return 0. All this. So what's nice is you have what's called short circuit logic. If this is false, it's not going to even bother evaluating anything else up to here. It's just going to return false, and because of false, it becomes 0. So yeah, we do type checking, checks for valid input immediately. The only thing it doesn't check for to make sure that the brain memory is in fact instantiated, but I do that on the construction inside of the class object where I set the variable for instantiation. It's going to set it to a valid dictionary object, so that won't be null. Depending on how you set up your compiler, the more modern versions, nullability is turned on by default. So it's like, hey, you could have a null assignment here. So yeah, there we go. So what we're saying is, how many times have we cast Lightning Storm? Heavy casted silence. You know what? I'm going to cheat. Cheating. Silent. Doesn't matter if you misspell it, as long as you use the same thing again twice. good times. Doing some check on the socials. Nothing's there. Radio silence. Yes, folks, more radio silence. All right. What's here? Friends have left me. I wonder if this is true. I didn't think so. Oh, don't do that. Okay. How many times have you cast silence? How many times have you cast lightning? Alright, so the idea would be that I'm going to do some random determination as to when I'm going to do something. And if I do that, I'm going to record it. And then next time I get an opportunity to do something again, it's going to go and take a look at that count. And go, oh, you have a count. Okay, count is found. Let's reduce the probability of doing it again. The other aspect of that is I could do a scan of everyone in the party and look for a condition. And if I don't find the condition, we'll try that. See, that's how you can smarten up. That's what you do to smarten up your player characters. So, for example, what is this? This is a celestial orb. It is a judgment orb. It goes around and it's pretty powerful. It's hiding in level 1 of the maze because I need to test it, and it's a tough, it's a higher level battle. So it has the capability of flat out decapitating, for example. It also has the ability to silence the party to prevent from spells, and it then has a wide overall party threat of lightning bolts with that. And so the combination of being silenced, can't cast spells against it, and things like that, makes it more tough. And I think that'll be enough capability. Plus it is like level 18, its attributes are very high. Its light hammer does a lot of damage, a single target damage. So, it could be a formidable, and generally you run into 1 or maybe 2 at a time. I would hope not 2. But yeah, it's one of those things like, ooh, I can start creating these extra strong characters. And they need to have abilities. And also, because I'm doing this, the current system that determines like your XP and such is really just programmer stub in functionality. And going up against something like this, I probably need to give you a little more reward if you survive. So there is that. I do need a lot of different abilities that ultimately cause instant death, but have telltale emotes, as it were, and things like that. Because in the game, then you could be searching out and hearing about, you gather what's called points of interest. You then go to town and talk about the points of interest. For example, a shield for your, there are specific kinds of armor that you put on your neck that prevent you from getting decapitated. How does that translate in the game? It gives you a perpetual condition that says you can't be decapitated. And so when an attack occurs, a decapitation attack, I will then have to go in and have it do a check against, does the character have a protection against it? Or if the actual action of decapitation is a enumeration or a very specific type of defined behavior, then the system will need to address the defined behavior. So effects in the game have, effect, action, basically a definition of what it is, and the system has intrinsic abilities to deal with all those set types of actions. But if you're handcrafting a response or handcrafting a set of conditions programmatically, then you're going to have to work within the system. For example, decapitation just basically means that you're done. Once you initiate that action, the system just carries through with it, which basically reduces the character's hit points to 0, making it dead, and then giving it a special condition flag to indicate that, yeah, you can't just heal or resurrect this character. It has a condition that prevents certain things from happening, certain spells. You have to go back to town and have, outside of your party to affect it. But anyway, you'd have to then, in the action execution, because once you tell the system does exactly what you tell it to do right then and there. There's no checks and balances built into that system and that particular action. You'll have to perform that yourself manually. So one character can say, yep, it has a chance of decapitating. The other one, it would be, this will honor protections, for example. Or I go back into the base engine, the best game engine, and I'll add that system-wide check. So anytime I request a decapitation action, the system does its checks automatically. But anyway, that's kind of where we're at. Okay, can I have... Oops. What if I went into spells? Caster spells. What if I did this? I don't think this would be very good, but we'll see. What is Chief Multi-Hat doing here? Well, the reflection of the part of the code that goes and finds spells is doing reflection of the entire assembly. So this being located outside of the spell location, doesn't care. It's going to collect them. By putting it into here, I could do something like this. Maybe. No, I can't. No. That's interesting. All right, interesting. Encapsulation. Oh, nice about this is I can see my spells right in front of my face. Alright, I'm going to take a little bit of a break here, a little bit of a 5-minute break, and I will return. Hello again. Once again, I'm back. Little break. Get the water. Use the restroom facilities. Good times. Smell the candle that my wife lit. That stinks. I hate it. Ugh. Not all smells are great smells. Anyways. What am I doing? I have no idea. Alright, what was I doing? I was making catastrophic failure in my game. No. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Silenced. If silenced, no. Yeah, silenced is less than 1. Do. Dice bag. Roll. 100. Let's see. Have a 50-50 chance. Greater than 50. Ta-da. Silenced. Plus equals 1. Source brain memory of silence equals let's see if this blows up. The silence should be converted to string. We'll see. No, I don't remember. Not to spell. Mob spell silence 18, meaning DC of 18. Oh, you know. There. Put in a happy little return. You know, I really like Bob Ross. Need to do some Bob Rossisms. What I need to do here is put a few happy returns. Remember, there's no compiler errors, just happy little mistakes. You know, the very happiest of mistakes, the ones that make your hair fall daintily off your head. Do you trust a programmer with a full set of hair? Or do you trust more a bald man? Oh, there we go. Oh, look at it. Frostbear. Anyway. Yeah. This will be fun. You know, wait a second. First modus of operandi is let's silence the party. Silence. Otherwise, 70% of the time we're going to fight. 40%. Else, let's do okay. Let's do time warp. No, time. Var, I don't know. Is equal to items down. Switch. Less than 1. By default, it is a 50. 50. If it is less than it's greater than 5. That's 2. 20. If it's greater than 3, let's do a 30. If it's greater than 2, let's do a 30. Let's do 50. Arbitrarily doing things. Okay. And if I don't know. No. If dice bag roll. No. Roll. There we go. Is greater than. No. Less than or equal to. I don't know. Oh, this water tastes like crap. Oh, man. Wow. What is wrong? Is there a no boil order for Story City? Oh no. I have done a bad thing. Sorry. That's okay. Sacred. Not smart. Mob spell lightning. Dance. Very interesting. Go to definition. What if we did this? Interesting. So what happened? There was an error. All right. Well, here's what it is. Okay, so on this if-then statement, you have an out. Because it is the first thing in the order of operation, this will always be evaluated first, always. And then it'll decide if it needs to short circuit the rest. Because of that, this value will come out and is usable. It may be empty, but it is usable. So down here in silence, I had it as silence. It was working because it was a string, and it would work because, as far as the compiler is concerned, this will be assigned null or something. But the rest, like say silence count, I did a little test before. Say, hey, it'll say it's a locally defined variable. Well, in this particular case, this is dependent on what this does, and the compiler wraps. Obviously, it wraps this in some sort of local. It's going to rewrite this when it compiles it, and this variable definition is going to become local to that that compiled code, which obviously is going to have a scope, because if you try to make use of this outside, because it's a local, it's locally defined. But because of that, it also does not allow you to use the variable twice, because it's you've already made this variable the same name. But I don't believe the scopes themselves are going to be crossing over. It's just that it prevents you using the same name to kind of help you have less chance of an error by using the wrong name variable somewhere else. But actual scope-wise, it seems to be interesting. It's not always apparent as to what gets scoped. You're throwing out these out constructs. All in all, I didn't want to use it anyway, because silence is going to be a string. Now it's going to be an object. And because it's an object, I have to now box it, or give it a need to convert it. There's an actual word for that. I forgot it. You know what it is? Conversion. It converts it. Types it. Anyway. Change it to an object now. So I don't have to do like convert this to a string. Just store the string. Because the data that I send to the memory may not always be integers, so let's just go ahead and go with the ambiguous object. It's small enough. Alright, double checking code. Lightning silenced. Silence lightning storm is lightning storm. Good. And those will be converted to integers. Okay. You think try parse would have an object input, but it does not. Object could be anything. It would know how to parse a string, probably knows how to parse, an array, but just so that it doesn't have to have every possible case of object, it basically just says, hey, no, it needs to be able to be converted to a string for me to parse. So that's what it does. All right, what's happening here? All right, we're starting off and saying, okay, let's go to memory. And, have we silenced yet? And have we done any lightning storms? Okay. No, we have not silenced. All right, first thing up we're going to try is 50-50 chance. Let's do a silence. All right, so if you haven't silenced before, go ahead and attempt do a 50-50 chance to silence. If you have silenced before, then do a 10% chance of silencing again. Otherwise, if you didn't do that, then let's take a look at Lightning Storm. And because I didn't think of the variable name, I used it. I don't know. That's kind of dumb. Light chance. Light chance. Let's look at the value of Lightning Storm. And if it's greater than 5, then it's a 20% chance of casting it. Otherwise, it's a 30% chance at 3 times. If it's only done it twice, then it's a 40. Otherwise, it's defaults a 50-50 chance of lightning blast. Lightning chance. Do that and then return. Otherwise, fight. There. The brain is now set for the brain executor. Now, notice I have a dispel in here. I haven't gone through all the systemic functionality of dealing with something that's dispelled yet, but generally, your player characters can dispel undead, and something gets undead dispelled. At the end of the round, I check for conditions, and if the target has the dispelled condition, I outright remove it from the battle lineup as if it was never made at all. And if nothing's left, you just won't get any experience. But other planar creatures like the Celestial Orb here treats you as a mortal as something it could be, dispelled. But this doesn't remove us from our plane of existence. Instead, it temporarily will just incapacitate or removes us from the plane. But I don't want it to go, oh, you're dispelled. I remove you from the party, and then now you lose your character completely. It's not meant to. It's not meant to throw away your character. So I got to make sure the code is understanding that when it does a check to do these operations, and in fact, it does only do the removal on mob. But for a player character, it just becomes a condition. Now, I need to go through all the standard conditions. I do have like a function called immobility. Basically an overall status effect check that says, can you be attacked? Can you attack? Overall. And I got to include dispelled as part of those conditions so that if your character is dispelled, then essentially you are removed from combat for a set number of rounds. Now, the upside is if your character is dispelled, it can't be attacked or healed. Alright, I'm itching to see if this works. Do the old build compile here. Old play button. This looks goofy. Tiny me. Bergmer. All right. Let's go do some audio. All right. Here's Dungeons of Treptera. Let's get right in the maze. Here we go. The Celestial Orb. Spell. Enhanced armor. Strengthen. Fire 1. Strengthen. Fire 2. Ability for Thief. Shadow attack. Alrighty then, are you ready? Got the enhanced armor off. Oh, good. The Orb of Judgment. Light hammer clobbers 2 times and harms fighter 2 for 15 damage. Look at our damage. We're still okay. Alright, let's go back to fighting. Actually, we're just going to go ahead and spell. Let's do a heal. Let's do a minor heal. The fighter. And let's have our bolt. There we go. Orb of Judgment's light hammer clobbers 4 times and 39 damage. Oh, we won. Nice. Now, a lot of gold from that, but not a lot of experience. How are we doing? Hell, fighter 1 got clobbered. So let's do a spell. Cleric. Do a heal against this guy already. Alright, do it again. Let's do some camping. Have these guys guard everyone else. Alright, let's rest. Dangers approaching. Oh, that's not good. Slept. So, camping in the dungeon is dangerous. And I pushed it. Now, the transition isn't working. So I need to work on that transition. Yeah. Alright, well, here's where we go. You can sign everyone to fight if you want to. But not everyone can. All my fighters are sleeping. An ability. I'm gonna have a thief go ahead and do the all shadow attack. Spell wise. Let's see what happens. Can't heal anybody. Got my healer sleeping. Firebolt. Firebolt. Oh. The Orb of Judgment Lighthammer bashes 4 times and harms the sleeping cleric for 63 points of damage. The cleric was not affected by decapitation. The cleric has received mortal wounds. Cleric is dead. And I still have sleeping fighters. I got a feeling this will be bad. Fumbled one of the attacks, only 41 points of damage. Alright, fighters are no longer sleeping. Ugh, this is hideous. This is bad. Not good. Oh, the Orb of Judgment has received mortal wounds. Well, it is true. Gain a little more experience. But, lost a little bit of gold. Death music. Whew, I can turn around. I gotta get out of this room. Cleric 1 is engulfed. How is Cleric 1 engulfed in a wave of foreboding? How is the dead cleric speaking and saying, I sense danger? No, it's not happening. There is a problem with the code. Oh well. We need to fix that. Oh, spikes. Oh, just got a few spikes suddenly hit me out of nowhere. Again. Spikes, cloud of bats. All right. Well, back to town. Yep, I don't have 6 characters. Alright, let's go to Celestial Curio's Soul Emporium. Did not answer the celestial guidance. Did not return to room. Suggested resurrection price of 500 gold. Oh, we'll just put in some. Now, I gotta make this, actually take it from your coffers, but I don't do that right now. Did not answer. Did not answer. Oh no. Is this working? Are you kidding me? Ah, finally. I need to work on the resurrection system, I think. Bring back Cleric 1, please. Thank you. Stats. We got Fighter at 77, 111, 52, 74, 50, 38. Right. You know, it just doesn't seem like any of that stuff fighting very well. I'm gonna go. Alright, let's go to the rest. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not even using the Celestial Judge brain. Why is that? Because I have something overriding something. Buggers. No, I don't. Taking a look at something off screen here. Looking off screen. Looking at the code, trying to figure out why the Celestial is not using its brain. Mm-hmm. What is the default game brain? Oh. Sorry for the white blast there. Alright, so what happened? I think I forgot to put a... Didn't. Alrighty, let's go back to the game. Alrighty then. We got the big point. Alright, everyone's fighting. There's a fighting, fight, and fight. When the fights, just go. Oh. Spell, heal. Fighter. Extract brain. Ouch. Alright. Stop. Stop the presses. Doing some tracing through the code, trying to figure out why isn't the right brain generated. Well, when you're creating data-driven things, you have to make sure your data is correct. You notice where it says this function says brain ID? And you notice that the name, the brain ID is in fact incorrect. Celestial Judge Brain. I've created a brain and then immediately lobotomized it. How could I? How could I enforce this? It's just got to be smart, I guess. This thing on. So, good times. Take a look at a few things here. All right. Try this again. All right, now the battle's gonna be scary. Eek. Scary time. Right, low and slow. I don't care. Oh, I didn't even hit battle. Oh well. Why is that? Maybe I'm just lucky. Maybe I'm just lucky. I'm doing a break point in ready. More failure. Alright, so basically I am using a mob fighter decapitator as the class or the type of mob, but I'm having it also cast spells. And this should not be a yeah. This simply needs the ability to just need this ability. Period. There. Remove the restriction. Alright, try again. So now that the correct brain was being selected, the other issue is the type was a mob decapitation fighter, not a mob caster, so it automatically defaulted to melee attacks, which in themselves are deadly. But I'm looking for more deadliness. Right, let's see how this works. There we go. Eight. Of course. Crap. Orb of Judgment's light hammer bashes 2 times and harms Thief 1 for 22. Thief 1 succumbs to the effects of decapitation and harms for 16. The Orb of Judgment is discovered and forced Thief 1 out of the shadows. That was precipitous. There's a really, really low chance of somebody in shadow attack mode getting detected, and the Orb of Shadows just absolutely wrecked the thief. Just destroyed the thief. I mean, the thief attempted to attack and missed, and the Orb of Judgment just obliterated my thief. Alright. Dead thief. F's in chat for the dead thief. Sorry. Oh, that's horrendous. Alright, well. Life may go on. Oh, not Fire Blast. Well, I can't really heal my thief. Cast Minor Blessings on everybody. Alright, see what happens. Oh, at least the Orb of Judgment made a mistake. Tried to cast a spell, but forgot which one to cast. Spell not selected. I've been no longer blessed for. That's screwed up. Deceased. Dead. Alright, what's going on here at the spells? past harm. Oh, major malfunction. Blinding light. Is Rex a little unforgiving? Come on. That was ridiculous. "22 days later." Fixing a few things. I don't like this. I have to deal with it here. A little recompilation. Seven orcs. Crap. Lava burst. Fire blast. I mean, shadow attack on cooldown. Oh my goodness. Orc right out of the gate, smack my head. Six left. Couple people half beaten. Heal on. I gotta tell the mages to do something. Could at least attack. Oh no, spell. Mage really should use magic. No one died. Oops, wrong door. Alright, here we go again. What the poop? True. What's going on here? Once again, thwarted by my... can't do that. know what? It's insidious. I need to have this mob heal itself. Survived. Cheated, teleported back, now back into the maze. Here we go again. Ability. Shadow attack. Spell. No. Really can't just keep doing it. Strength. Why did this happen? Oh, for crying out loud. Meow the cat, how you doing? Nice. Back home, maybe. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I'm in the middle of working out some bugs in the game. Currently. Making a new monster, adding monsters, adding abilities. Getting caught up in my own cleverness. So, certainly appreciate it. Yeah, basically, I'm getting outsmarted by my system. You know, if you can't cast spells, you're not going to be allowed to cast spells. So, I try to circumvent some of that stuff, realize that I probably shouldn't circumvent it. It's good times. So, let's see here. Looking. Oh, awesome. Goal of 25 followers. That's pretty cool. Appreciate it. Oh, it's excellent. Yeah, so I gotta redo what I did. Where did I do it at? So this should really be Mobcaster. That's good. We don't want to not be able to cast spells if we're not a Mobcaster. That away. And then where else do we do stuff? Spells. That looks good. Let's go to games. And up here. Okay, now what I need to do is go over to the models and look at this guy. Public. Make a copy of this guy, except now we're going to call this mob caster fighter. Why not? Oh, what's the problem here? Trying to determine a few things here, sorry. Alrighty, well, I got some sort of announcement earlier in the stream. I'm trying to determine what it was. Thought I gained an extra follower. Do not know what happened. I have lacked information. Okay, why is this not working? Hooking up the Mobcaster Fighter. And Class Mobile. trying to remember all of my code of how I set things up in the past. Spectacular. Let's just smash the old mic boom into the face. Perfect. All right, what's going on here? Reconstituting a new mobile. I have all kinds of problems with this system. Really? Let's see here. Quick test here. Why is it mobile in this? Okay. Excuse me. Well. 6. Not sure why the silence lasts hardly at all. Need to fix that. That was lackluster. What was going on here? Well, yeah. Why is it 0? Let's see here. Alrighty then. tracking down the spell execution. I gotta check out, see if the conditions are applied correctly. Oh, I thought I installed the extension. Ridiculous. Debugging tonight's pain in the butt. Chrome likes to just keep trying and keeps resending things. Like, look, send once, don't attempt to resend it until it completely times out. Stop this auto figuring out if you need to try again. Okay? Send the request once and shut up. Care less. I don't need the asynchronicity. Crying out loud. Alright. Gauge the auto refresh to 0. Hopefully I don't get another request coming in here. 0. This is so stupid. lots of fun. Well, let's see here. Trying to track down condition dispatch. Appears to be not working. Why am I passing a cause condition? Okay, yes. Okay, this passes in the condition. This returns a value. Alright, so let's go to condition, but it requires peak. This requires a condition state. This is what I know what. Ridiculous. Sometimes it recommends you to go, oh no, use the That's why I no longer have, I don't want any more confusion. I mean, saying new here without saying it's an effect result value is fine. But inside of here, technically I could say new and not say what it is because it could be derived by the parameter type. But now I'm sitting here going, what's this do? Dumb. Alrighty then. Let's go to okay, so if I divide the spell over here, oh, look at that. Round's 10. 10. Okay. See if I can get to the test room without getting attacked. Alright. Five times for 50. Mage 2 has received mortal wounds. Well, Mage 2 is beaten to a pulp. Oops. Yeah. What? What is going on? Why that be considered synergy? That's ridiculous. It's incorrect. Why is everything double now? What the? What the what? Already. Gonna get myself into a weird implementation issue here. I need to sort this out. Well, I think I'm going to draw the stream to a close. I'm basically running out of steam. I need to track down some odd behavior on my round management that I've introduced into the system. Appears to be, I'm adding like double conditions, multiple conditions, and it should not be happening. So I need to go take a look at that process. I'll probably do that off stream. On that, thank you for following through. If you had, just as I continue to do these, I'll get a little bit more descriptive as to what I'm doing. Try to make the stream a little bit less scuff. But until then, please bear with me. Really appreciate your time. Hopefully we'll get this game rolling forward, and I'd like to get the game completed before the end of the year. We'll see. Alright, well, I think that'll be it for now. I certainly appreciate it. And certainly appreciate your time being here. I should be back on later on this week for sure. And one of my goals is to try to make a little bit more of a regular cadence of streams. All right, well, thank you. Appreciate it. And you have a good night, good morning, or good evening.